big noise. Better. Good evening, Club Cult. Incoming Serena spam. There we go. And pull us out of purgatory. Ow. Feels loud. Good evening, Club Cult. Happy Saturday. Big stretch. Felt good. I'm tight behind my right shoulder blade. Pull up our game. It's actually very small. Rude. Why? Fix this up a bit for us. We're dooming tonight. The dooms be dooming. The dooms be dooming. It's gonna launch super loud. We don't need that kind of negativity in our lives. Id. Load. How is this game 10 years old? It's like nonsensical. Welcome, Yogi. Hope you're having a good night so far. Loading Titus storage. I think we left off lost somewhere. Uh-oh. Camera uppy. Oh, I dropped you guys. Hold on. It's too bright. Why are you taking so long to load? Rude. Notice loading. I'm gonna try that again. That's so bright. Blurp, 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 blurp. You cover yourself up first, Yogi. Loading title storage. Loading. We're able to play this without the network connection. Why is it being wonky? There we go. Vega Central Processing. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. We can equip up to 3 runes at a time. I need to look at that. It isn't called the BFG for nothing. You're in trouble. Don't hesitate to use it. No hesitation. Only forgetting that it's there. Hi, Gunther. You coming in for your stream check-in for the night? Hello, Bubbaloo. Hello, Bubbaloo. I missed you. Gunther, you breathe like a fat kid that just had cake. I love you. I love you. Should you find yourself caught in a level 3 demon contamination pit, it is important that you remain calm. A tier 3 fellow wouldn't panic, and neither should you. Hear that, Gunther? Oh, there's a guy over there. You wanna get him, Gunther? Oh, he was coming this way. Gunther, get him. Get him, Gunther. Get him. Oh, Gunther's a pro gamer. Okay. Now you're sick of my shit. Unlike everything else in your life, your work here matters. Like everything else in your life, your work here matters. I think it's just a trash can. I don't think that's a loot box. Maybe that way? It's like opened and closed. Is it a choose your own adventure? Oh. Rude boy. Oh. I thought that was gonna be so excellent. It was not excellent. Low ammo. Well. Oh, wasn't the chain gun good on them? I don't remember what was super good on them. Chain gun. You're still next to me. Oh, but you splooted. Did not consider walking into all of this. I'm just gonna blow myself up and blow him up at the same time and get set on fire. Let's do that. Do I have a chainsaw? Can I chainsaw you? Yes! Yes! But what were they doing over there in the corner? Over yonder. Oh, he booped me with a shield. That was rude. It's making an elevator sound. Ding! 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 I thought that plant was something to pick up. Need a key. But we get a map at least. Oh, rude. Don't you know I am the Doomslayer? I don't need a key. I do need the armories. Weaponizing demons for a brighter tomorrow. That's cute. I definitely thought he was still alive. Poor guy. I think the plasma gun was better on him. Neither should you. What you doing, Gunther? You're silly as. Do you have a key? No. It's not the chilliest at the moment. You have the biggest penis of all time. That's concerning. That sounds painful. Oh, we have elevator friends. Don't boop me. No booping allowed. Ready. Okay.
Early tests of Vega's protoplasmic circuitry showed temperatures exceeding 1.2 megakelvins.
I don't know what that unit of measurement is, but that sounds troublesome.
A massive supercooled structure was built to house Vega's miles of circuitry and millions of
Alright,
processing
hello
centers.
cooling room. Very cool. Forgot we were in Doom and not Lego Batman for a minute. I wanted to break that. Why are you shiny, but not for me? Maybe it's a closed health station. You don't need to or can't collect more when you're full. You haven't seen a hive nest lately. We move out of that era of gameplay. Objective is roughly this way. It was a lucky jump. What are you? You just throw me. There's so much stuff, but nothing is happening. I'm concerned. Do you have a key for me? No. Do you have a key for me? No. Why not? And anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Grab that. Oh, I fell off the box. I fell down the box. I think we're gonna have full armor in a minute, and that scares me. It's a beautiful thing, but that scares me. All the demons forgot to clock in. How do we get to a general that way direction? Why is there so much armor everywhere? beautiful but concerning. Oh, your thing. How do I access you as a thing? Do you need to get down to it? Behind? Your thing. I just don't know what you need yet. There's a power up in there. So something bad is going to happen at some point. I don't want that yet. Didn't we come through there, though? A narrow dodge and weave it is. Where is everyone? This feels cursed. Will that take us up over here? Uppy! Oh, that's just another. I don't know how to shut you down. This wasn't in my job description. More BFG. Well, we are in so much trouble shortly. It's way too quiet in here. I thought I grabbed that. I guess we're full. Yeep. Is there some kind of button with the big thing? Mm-mm. We may have to consult the professionals. We're in Vegas something. Oh, I just shoot it. That's simple enough. Kind of. Oh, he's like a green. Why are you tinted differently? He was so happy. He was smiling so big. I don't want to deal with her. We're gonna BFG her at some point. It'll be necessary. Welcome, Nikki. Hope you're having a good night so far. Happy CATURDAY. Where are you? You're right there, you silly goose. No more. That was just lucky. He paused for me. He was nice. He was sweet on me. Some more ammo. Let's see. Up over here. Smooshed. He says, oh no, she's turning the air conditioning off. What am I stuck on? There's one more somewhere. No, what the fuck are you? It looked all green and weird for a second. Chain gun is best for you. Now we have learned. We have learned. Aw, thank you. Today's been a good day. I brought Ringo with me to the feed store earlier and he had fun. Cannot complain. Got some sunshine on a not cloudy day. It was nice. Oh, you stinker. You stinker too. Boom. Just like rebar hanging out of the ceiling there. There's someone hanging off of it. That's not cool. Oh no! That was right at the last second. Just a second too late. Need that health. Need this health. Oh my god, grab it. Oh, we're full. Again. Imagine that. Oh, you. Those some fancy moves you just had going on there. Oh god, get over here. Where's the one to get down below? Somewhere down here there was another. There it is. I think that's the third one? Oh no, there's 4. Sheesh. We can't jump up that high. Doesn't work that way. Oh, this bitch. Get down here. Let me punch you. Or not. Oh, she's fun. You're fun too. Just a barrel full of monkeys. And we have a Satan in the mix. I see him. I see you. Swim away! Swim away! Oh, you stinky girl. See if we can chase her around first. Probably not. Rockets for everyone. Yeah, run away. Quit hitting me. It's not nice. It's not good manners. Where'd she go? Oh my god, you stupid fucking cunt. Get back over here. We were so close to God, and he will not be my demise. That's a bit ambitious. I think we should take 5 and maybe either visit the hub or grab a drink of water. I was a little thirsty, my friend. Who else is still going here? I guess because there's one more. What's it? Oh, and you. Oh, there it is. Decent. The force cooling thing. I want to call it a reactor. I don't think it's a reactor. Sploot. Oh my god, that actually shut it down. I thought that was going to make it worse. This way, I guess? I don't know about that. Oh. It takes us uppy. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Look at us. Now we're so tall and beautiful.
The train below will take you to the entrance.
A train, you say? So jump on it? That was nerve-wracking.
For you to gain access to my core, the demonic
Giggity.
threat must be removed from the room ahead.
Must remove demonic threat. One of those guys. That's not cool. This is what I was expecting at the end of the other room. It's 100% what I was expecting. But no, it's in here. Ah, we slapped him with it. That was cute. He's gonna kill me. Maybe. What are you spawning over there? No! No, is there a power up? Yes. I don't know how we get to that. I'm stuck! I'm gonna be dead in 2 seconds. Nope, 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 get out of my bubble! Oh, that was very, very green way to die. That was interesting. Hopefully it's saved after the 4 things got blown up. It's concerning. Oh, Gunther in the executive chair. This fancy boy. Alright, we're pausing on the train for a moment. I gotta go tinky. I shall be right back. Your girl is very hydrated tonight. shoot. Do your meds in like an hour, little stinker. Boop. We are back.
For you to gain access to my core,
On the train. Oh, there's just rockets coming right out of there. Oh, I didn't realize there was more down there. Oh god, I'm in like water. I'm stuck. That's electric. Oh no. I didn't realize that. There was more down and it was unsafe. I'm stuck. No. That was a terrible corner. That was terrible. Let's try loading out a bit more mindfully. Like, don't fall in the electric water mist thing. That's a good choice.
For you to gain access to my core, the demonic threat must be removed from the mind.
Whee! I don't think that even lets them out of there at first. So, like, what is this environment? Where can I be safe? Not anywhere here. Oh, God. Oh, no, there is floor here. We appreciate that. You just don't want to go swimming. Better as a glory kill. Just don't fall in. You slapped me. You did? Yes. Where's that taking me out to? This room is uncomfortable. It was nice and effective. Over there, there's way too many places to get caught in a corner in here. Like, way too many. I blew myself up with that one. Oops. Whoops. No, get... Fucker. There we go. Don't fall into the pool! I wonder if we have any mods for the chain gun yet. That was good on him in 3. Oh my god. There was another. Too much. What is the point of stairs that go nowheres? They're standing next to each other. Something has to do something. Can you get me under here? Kind of. But, like, not really. That was terrible, but helpful. There's more BFG cells. I quit. where is there more cells? Because there's someone on my butt. You need to chainsaw something. You seem like a good choice. Oh God. Why are you just right there? No! Why is there more spawning? There does not need to be more spawning. It's unnecessary. That's where the BFG cell is. I think there's another one on the ground somewhere. You guys do understand this is like a lot all at once, right? Like, we do understand that. Yes? Maybe. Everywhere. That's where the other one is. Fucker. I think there's another pinky behind me. Or it's that bitch throwing things. Or both. Both is possible. Where did I just... Did I teleport? Or just walk into the... riser thing? This room is terrible. Okay, in any moment of overwhelm, we're just whipping out the BFG. We can grab more cells after when it's less chaotic.
To gain access to my core, the demonic threat must be removed from the room ahead.
I wonder what happens if I just jump off the train. There's another one. We just approach this from like a mildly camping kind of perspective. That is not a jump. You thought... Found Satan. Can your buddy join you so that we can BFG this? Would be ideal. Oh yeah, because I'm definitely getting it with the shotgun. Definitely. Okay, goodbye, everyone. Au revoir. Oh my God, why are you gonna spawn right in front of me? That's irksome. We're back in this corner. Doing this. BFG. I have no other solution-y. And for you, as long as you don't go in the green goo, is it affecting him? I wonder. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Bad ground. Very bad ground. What a way to spawn. Poor guy. There's mild to moderate efficacy there. Hate this. fall in the pool. Why is he falling so hard on the ground? Just don't fall in the forbidden pool. Don't waste those on her. You out of my way. Give me the armor. Hit everything you can. Can't jump that. Don't go over. Grab that. Oh, and just walk right into that. So curious. How to make it out of this room alive. Well, there's stairs there. I didn't realize that. That's convenient. Where the hell are you? We need the health. I don't think any of those hit him. Shit. Those did. Ammo. It's like the ultimate focus. Satan, I don't need you here for this. No more Satan. Scoop the health. Don't get bitch slapped. That was poorly executed. You're dead. Does that even take me to? Yes, over there. We're saving you for last. I'm done with you and your nonsense. Screaming creature. Thought I fell into the electric water again. No, thankfully. Thankfully, no. Ah, wasteful. Let's run with that for a minute. Oh, you can just stop with that. Very few rockets left. Oh, thank goodness. One more of them. You. Zoomy zoomer. Oh, that was lucky. She ran like way accidentally into the line of fire. That was very lucky. Is that everyone? Oh my god. There's still zombies somewhere. I hear them. Where are you all grumbling around at? I'm gonna grab those, but I really don't want to fall in. I feel like they're upstairs. When not running around in chaos, this seems like a much more sensical layout. Guys? Guys? Oh. Bloop. Stuck on the edge. That was awkward and uncomfortable. Oh, there was a power up there. Nice. Interesting execution, Serena. As usual. Oh, shoot. At least you're consistent. There's goodies over in the corner here, I think. Somewhere in the corner, somewhere. There. It's not for me stuff. How do I want to yoink these up? Very carefully. Is that a standable platform? Yes. Does this one have a standable platform? Hopefully. Yes. Nope, nope. You're not falling in today. Not today. I think we have to go up to out. It looks like. Yay, the shield wall is open. Oh. Thought we were gonna get more train. I want to mod that. I thought I had that before. I suppose not. Instant. That's nice. I like that. New environments. New UAC personnel. Vega. The power is a personnel. At some point, do we ever get the blue key for those doors back there?
Once Vega's core is destroyed, the vacuum of energy will pull you back through to hell. We have your
Makes me wonder.
sent to the well's location. Now use the crucible to power it down, and the portal here on Mars will be closed permanently. They will not allow access to the well without a fight.
Oh God.
That's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Isn't that what we just had? A fight? Oh God. Very reminiscent to OG Doom music. Concerns are to be had. Destroy Vega's neural processors. Okay. This is gonna destroy my neural processors. When is something gonna spawn? I'm scared. Probably as soon as I hit this button. Are you a button? Not at the moment, I guess. these things first. Just one. This is worrisome. Please don't tell me I have to cross those things. There's two. I'm nervous. I was not trained for this. Maybe this one is 3? Initiate core destruction. The progress has been progressed. Oh, we made it through. We completed one of the challenge. I didn't consider we could kill a cacodemon with a chainsaw. The flying tomato heads can be chainsawed. No way. Argent dinner. Argent dinner. It's an interesting one. By destroying Vega, you've created a portal directly into the heart of hell. Now you must find your way to the source of the UAC's power, known as the Well. The Crucible allows you to absorb and contain the energy of the Well for good. So I will be the immortal Doomslayer with the power of the Well. Oh boy. Okay, we went back to the desert. That is the end of the world. Do we need those? Not necessarily. There's those right there anyways. Mellow yellow. Green means go. I feel like we're in like a cathedral version of Borderlands. If Borderlands and Neverwinter had a baby, that's where we are right now. That looks like fun. You can get mad at each other and do their own damage to each other first a little bit. Big guy's gonna get the little guys. Whee! Oof. Fall is so hard. My golly. I thought those were pinky spawning. That was a bit much for you, but that's okay. There's portals. Where there's portals, there's troubles. Where did you come from, sir? Oh, you brought a friend. We are not in a safe corner. It's not safe. Not a good corner. Not a good corner. Not where we want to be. Quite terrible. Not good. Oh my god, there's no escaping any of you, is there? Why did I go on the side thing? That was a terrible choice. We're not gonna do that again. Or at least we're gonna try not to. We try. Alright, let them work out their drama first. Maybe. They're having their own little cat fight. Whee! Kerthunk. It's such a rough fall. Alright, you're zooming over too. Too close for comfort. Not okay. Personal space. There's a power up over here. At some point we are going to want that. Sir, this is a terrible placement for both of us. Catastrophic. Do not want to be stuck in a corner of this chair. I do not. Where'd your friend go? There. Why is there 4 of you? Fuck it. Not playing this game. Well, I mean, we are, but... I'm not sure if that was worth it. Oh, that's how it energy beams. It uses a lot of its ammo, though. It's concentrated. I need to chainsaw something. Here's the little guy. Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, I have no chainsaw. I didn't know that. Okay. Where is there fuel? Somewhere. Where? Oh, come on. That's just dirty. Why are you here? Not cool. Why are these guys so much tougher than their cousins? Oh my god, that's everyone. Okay, thank fuck. And there's a power up. There's a power up, Serena. Come on. You know better than that. Could've used that. You just left it. Goodness golly. I don't think there's stuff over there. Green means go. Yo-do-do-do-do-do. Now we access the Well Cathedral. It sounds not promising. It's out of here. Are you? It's not good. Get over here. What are you doing? Oh, that works. That looks cool up there. You can turn back around or walk out the other side. I feel like they're up here with me. No, they're not. I don't know how that boomed that too, but it was interesting. Aim, where have you gone? Some goodies. Oh, thank God. Swoop up more ammo. You are right there. Oh my goodness. And you have chosen to join us as well. Isn't that lovely? Not friend. I hate him. I don't think we're bopping out through there. It doesn't seem like good choices. Wait, where are you taking me from here? I'd guess to the Ricky, not the Lucy. Stairs. Stairs are very subtle in this game. That's a lot of goodies. Is it worth it? Perhaps. One more armor. And then, oh no. Back around that way? Is that jumpable? That doesn't look jumpable. Just pointless space. Yes. I get myself very lost. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't think that was gettable, but you never know. Never know. Need moon boots. Bounce my way over. Oh, I have to do all this again. I gotta remember where the fuel thing was. Swoop, swoop. Hymns. Everyone else is down there. Stand closer together, or not. Too close for comfort. Oh, it was terrible timing. We had the slow glow until no mo. So back here. Yes. Okay, that was pointless behavior, Serena. I'm gonna go over the edge. Are you done for? Yes, okay. Like melted into the ground. It was very awkward. A spare armor for me. For me. Okay, maybe don't go for all the silly stuff again. We can't jump up to there though. We have to go in some way this way. I needed to jump to the other platform to get to that platform. I saw it at the last second. Needed the one more towards the right. Oh, there it tells me. Press triangle to equip the BFG once you have it. Well then. Someone was cleaning out their garage today and found fireworks and has been setting them off at random all day. I just saw down there. I just saw the statues. It's cool. Those are nifty. Satisfying. Very satisfying. Reward right there. They're so slow, but then they just like lurch at you at the last second. It's uncomfortable. Oh, I thought that would get both of you. Nope. Lies. Slander and lies. Spare armor. Spare armor. To there, over to there. Because stairs, the hidden stairs. Oh, these go somewhere. What does this do? Ooh. We got the map, we got the map, we got the map, we got the map. Hooray! Oh, no, that's not the gun that I want. A little bit of overkill. Never hurt anyone except the demons that I'm getting. Maybe we just follow the green candles everywhere. It didn't seem like a very trustworthy plot, but you never know. Oh my god, I thought it was gonna fall. Can we jump up there? Oh my god. You are right there. Hello. He opened his mouth in my face. I am not your dentist. That was unnecessary. Oof. I just think I'm dying when that happens. So nerve-wracking. I don't want to fall down again. Where are you? There. You is there. And from here... What? Where? Uh-oh. Oh. Thank goodness. Sort of. Should we go that way? There's solid ground there. Unless that just takes me all the way back to the start. Hopefully not. It seems correct-ish. Is that danger water? No, I think it's just mud. Checkpoint reached. Kill him. Uh-oh. Whoa-oh, whoa-oh, whoa-oh. Here we go. Is there danger ground? There might be danger ground. No, it's just bloody yucky. That was the wall. You're already there with it. Let's go. Oh, you stinker. He runs away so silly. Grab the armor. Uh-oh. There's something not good behind me. You. I need more ammo. Now we need the chain gun. Why does he seem to like always have backup? So satisfying. Hopefully did not use that at an opportune time. Not afford to miss. Oh, nope, insufficient fuel. The fuel is insufficient. Swim away, swim away. Oh, I'm cooked. There's no out of this. There's no way out. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Happy CATURDAY. Happy CATURDAY. I don't know what I want to start with. Oh, I thought I picked up a thing. Did I not? I suppose not. How are you still alive, sir? He had the stamina of his forefathers and all those before him. Oh, so close. As long as we can maintain health. We don't need all the ammo in the world, just some of it. Not all of it, just some of it. Why is there so many of you? First there were singletons, then there were twins, then there were triplets, now they're quadruplets. Christ. No ammo. Well, one of you is getting something out of this. Mud Pinky. No more rockets. I think I booped us with the grenade too. It's very unintentional. Loot up if there is anything to loot up for a minute. Something is right on my butt. What? I don't know. It's right on my butt. Very, very too close for comfort. Why are you guys so zoomy? Unnecessary. Like you and whatever you're doing over here. Spin the gun and shoot at whatever moves, right? That's how it gets done. It's not how I wanted to switch weapons. Oh, that one's empty. Okay. Super shotgun? Question mark? Not good. Oh, thank goodness. That's not a positive on the ammo front. Thankfully, he just dropped some. That was so kind of you, sir. And you too. Good little buddies. I needed that. Don't care if I needed that later. I need that now. This is terrible space. Where's the power up for in here? Oh my god. Pray and spray. Is that everyone? Oh my god. Let's never, ever, ever do that again. Never, ever, ever. did say it wouldn't be easy getting to the well, but my god. It's too much. Too much for my fragile little Doomslayer stole. Hey, welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is. Whatever you want it to be, baby. Thank you for the follow. It is a choose your own adventure. I hope the weekend's been kind to you so far. Oh, our Doomslayers from the past. Our ghosty boys. Oh, fork. How do we get over there? Is there ground? Oh, there's ground. It falls so hard. Wait a second. I was just in here. That was backwards. Wrong way. All the way up there. So how do we get up there? There's the power up I need. That way? There's more green glowies. And a BFG cell. I think that's where we came in though. Oh, I guess not.
Must not be allowed to free them.
Well, I'm not his mommy. I'm not in charge. Must not be allowed. Who decided I'm the babysitter? All of you, all at once. It's too much. Concentrated beam. That's what we want. Why are you bouncy? Oh god, I teleported. I don't know what just happened there. There you are. Oh snap, oh snap, oh snap. That's never goodies. You always think those lamps are goodies, and they're not goodies. You're wrong. I don't think that's a jumpable jump. There are two of them? He was just over here. Did he run that fast? That would have been a nice try. How are so many of you spawning? Do you understand that this is not my idea of a good time? Enough with your lasers. You don't need to be a fire in your lasers. Okay, that's not good. There you are. Where? Oh. I guess you just sploot. Oh my god. Okay, can all of you, like, go together? So we can do that. Ideally. That's lava. I don't think we want to be in lava. Surprise! Kind of surprise. I feel like these guys could have a lot more potential. Like, they don't do as much as I would expect. How is there so many of you? Christ. It's like at least the 6th one. 7th maybe now? 8th? Not for me. Not for me. Oh, there's power up. I don't know what just spawned, but we probably need it. Where'd you go? What are you? What's going on? Is that completely wasted? Sort of. Like, there's way more I could have used that on. And that's okay, but like, oops. Who's big and angry in somewhere? You. Oh, that went over him. That was not ideal. He was somewhere towards the middle. He just spawned right there! Oh my god, he said big hugs. Hello, surprise. The French toast. I stepped in the acid. Did not mean to. He's too smart. Oh, I should have tried the concentrated beam from over there. That's cool. And there shouldn't be any recharge time anymore. Although he's throwing his own concentrated beams. Shoot. Okay, don't die just to try fun things, Serena. Oh. Green. Dissolved into a vat of acid. It was like the climax of the ending of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I feel like that took us back far. Oh no. Where did you just throw at me from? Kerthunk. Again, not the time to try silly, fun things, Serena. You got mad hops. He's a bouncy boy. Did I step in the fire or on you? I think on you. Oh, I'm busy with your friend first. Wait your turn. Use your manners. Use your manners. Doop, 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 doop. Bounce on out of there. Don't go right into the laser thing, Serena. Don't do that. Why am I focusing on this one little guy over here? Yes, destroy him. Not me. Him. Okay, that was decent. See, he's right there. I think he's done for. I hope. Bloop, bloop. Doop. It's not going to be very effective for you. You stinker. All of you and 6,000 of your friends at once. Good night. No more of that. We're getting them. I don't want to jinx it, but we're doing okay. We're okay. Until I get green stuff thrown at me. That's not okay. Stop that. I need to chainsaw a little guy. May not have been the most opportune moment for that. You stinky. Stinky. Stinker. No more from you. No more. 2 more of them. Did that get him? No? Oh no, that's you. Spray and pray. Spray and pray. Oh my god, there's way more than just 2 of you. Good god. I think the big guy is still over there. It's dangerous to stop. Scary. walked into the acid, Serena. Like, on purpose. With purposeful thought. No, don't die by him again! Do not, I swear to God. I missed the armor? No, I haven't. Not dying by him today. Again. I'm just not. Where'd the other guy go? Ah! Oh, power up. Yes. Where are you? Where's the other? Oh, get over here. Thank God. Needed that. It's almost over. Yes! Much better. Do you get an ammo refill out of that? Oh, Satan. Did not want to do this with you today. Did he sploot? Oh no, he jumped. He moved. Is that everyone? Please be everyone. Ah! I'm pretty sure I picked up everything that was anywhere. Oh, except there's one more BFG cell over here. That I did not see. More green glowy stairs? More green glowy stairs. More stuff. Oh my god, I'm scared. What now? Pressed a button. Is our Sailor Moon saber? Knocked me on my butt. Now what is your theory of where to go? Green glowy skull eyes? Are you a path? Whee! Here, let's take this. To it. I think that opened something. It sounded openy. There you go. All the way. Oh, that was so beautiful. It's a good mod. Very good mod. Quite so bouncy. I think you were already cooked, but here we are. I like how you kind of get stuck at a wall. It's helpful. It's also fun. What am I doing with this? I want the shotgun. Why are you here? I don't want to die already. One more. I'm in my safety corner. Kind of. Where'd you go? There. And you stinky butt. You don't want to blow me up, too. I have the BFG, but do I really want to use it on this moment in time? I probably should have. Oh, that... He's slapping and stepping on my corpse. It was rude. It was very rude. It's time to give Marbles and Peeps their meds. At the well. And switch over to our Go Cam. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Do I want that? Phone is the most charged it's been all day. Too much light. Let there be light, but too much light. Alright, we're gonna lose audio for a second while I flip us over.
Oh, baby something. He's so handsome. Little sweater. It's chilly. It's chilly when we leave the lizard lights. One more sip of coffee. Back in with peeves first. Oh, come on, door. There we go. Hi, beavers. Beaveroon. The baby boo. And Goober. Aw, you can do couch time. He says, okay, here, love me. So perfect. You're so perfect. What's your little swoosh? She's like a little meerkat, just like on the pillow.
Oh, belly rub love. Sometimes she really loves the belly rubs. Other times it means playtime. I missed you, Mama. I just realized you have a silly spot on your tummy. Munster had the same kind of spot. Except his was like a tan over his gray. You have the same belly spot. It's probably not uncommon for tabby cats, but... Oh, is it so love? Is it so love? Yes. Oh, baby girl.
I activated wild dog powers, but I'm still a cat person. Hey, I like your patch there. Nice swirl and swoosh.
Oh, you're making me sleepy, Piggy. She's so cozy. You're making me sleepy. Here's all of you have eye boogers. You have dark thing. Just like with voya.
Okay, I admit it. Puppies are cute.
Oh, the happy feet. The happy feet. He is glorious. The baby. You're just a baby. The baby baby. You are the belly rub club tonight. I call Ringo. He's a little tag for his backpack. It says belly rub club. Oh, you're such a happy lady. You too love you. You love you. You're so cozy. We gotta do your meds, but you're so cozy right now.
This could be fun. Martin, as a puppy sitter? Oh, this'll be interesting.
I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Oh, I'm sorry, I moved my hand fast. I didn't mean to make a sound. Nope. Don't know. I don't know. Belly, 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 belly.
Puppies could be so hard. Ow. Pumpkin face.
Oh, girl. Are you moving, Jesus? What's he doing? You're making me sleepy. You look like you're ready to snuggle. You silly girl. You silly girl. She's so snuggly right now. Oh my god. Most snuggly little snuggler.
That way I can find any disc.
Do you really like your toes? You like your toes. Yes, you do. You're an uppy lady? Ready for meds o'clock? Okay, meds o'clock. It's just so awkward. What is that stance? What are you setting as? Oh, you're doing curly noodles. That's what it is. Goofy. You jump like a front heavy TV. You just go down hard on your front paws and then you just let your butt go wherever it's going. And that's it.
But African wild dogs are endurance runners. They can run all day long.
And that leaves no much pubes. So cute.
Little baby smush.
Smells something. Dogs have great noses.
Purring so big. The rumbler.
Uh-oh.
The rumbler.
That must be a wild dog alarm call. Run to the den. No, no. This is why wild dogs
Those chickers.
sit behind the
They're so tiny.
But leopard, remember, dog chases cat. Wait a second. A cat has 5 weapons. Teeth plus 4 sets of claws.
Such a cozy
One
bug.
leopard only has 1 weapon. Teeth. Cat chases dog. Die, die, die.
And being snuggly at night for once. Usually you save your snugglies for morning.
Well, guys, I'm no match for that big cat on my own. Cats are cool. Cheetahs are the fastest, but wild dogs just keep on running. Deactivate. I gotta admit,
Look
you
at some
dogs
girl.
have incredible running power. Nicely done, Chris. Those spicy dogs are standing on my neck. All I have to do
It's so cuddly.
is grab my hand, and my sack butt will pull the net. One thing you can always count on: dogs chase cats. Zach, not always. Look behind you. Those 2 huge cats want to chase wild dogs, and you and your bots are in the way.
You are soaking up the love. You ready to be free? Okay. Free girl. Too much love. Got loved out. Welcome, Sardonyx. I hope CATURDAY has been kind to you so far. She was equal amounts of morning snuggly in the evening now for once. I am surprised. Boop boop. Now she's in play mode, so before she gets too far into play mode, I gotta grab her meds. Only lasted but a second. There's the numbers. There we go. You ready? Are you ready, Freddy? Come here, sis. Come here. I had it all over her chin earlier. I felt bad. Did you get it? Yes. Good job. So that was snuggly until you showed up and ruined the fun. No, you didn't ruin it. She's just showing off. She has to pretend she's rough and tough in front of the boys because that street mentality, you know? Says I can't show a sign of weakness. Must be a strong girl. Come here, Stinky. She actually doesn't mind the taste of it. She just doesn't like the largeness of the tube, which I don't blame her. You can come back over here. You're gonna sulk over there. Creeping back around. Creeping. Boop. Creeping.
More dogs? More cats? Well, what are we waiting?
You're just walking around purring. What do you want?
Hey, that's my line. Wild dogs and wild cats.
She maps more than any cat that I've ever seen. I think that's what she's doing with her repetitive, like, circles and steps around. She's mapping. Hi. Hello. Hello. You cozy bubble. Say no, that's okay. I don't need to do that right now. She's over it. Just gonna creep around. She's like a little kid right now that's tired, but like everyone else is still awake. Like the grown-ups are still up doing things. So she's up in spirit, but not like in energy. She's ready for bed. She's making me sleepy. She's making me sleepy, PB. Lick your paws. Mmm. Yum. You doing, Goob? Boop. Aw, thank you. And there we go. PB's version of berserk mode. Don't do something you're not supposed to, please. There's a litter box for that. This is the true test of virtues. What you thinking, Peebers? That's right, we use the litter box in this house. She's doing much better. I'm very grateful. You feeling all good like yourself again? Just walk around everywhere like a little nut job. Now you're trying to jump off there. So that's how those get smushed over. Walk by her and look in and see it like that and wonder, are you going to chew on the couch? Are you teething again? See, she could totally jump up onto the dresser from there, and she just doesn't. She's not a very want to be tall girl. You have a lot of blankets, PB. You just almost lose your balance. Do 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 do. Peekaboos. 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 Beavers. Is she gonna come out from the other side? Oh, she might be confused. There's kitten sounds on the wild crats right now. Oh, there she goes. And she's off. That little tail wag. Yeah, om nom nom armrest. Delicious. Oh, it is Tinky time. You go, girl. Tinky time. Or no? Did you go? I heard you in. Did you do anything? No, not yet. Now she's just doing beast mode. Sandlot cat. But like the opposite version. Do you think you're invisible, PB? Do you think we can't see you? We can very much see you. I want to go on her butt. Intrusive thoughts. Beebs, what's the mentality there? I want to so bad. But I don't want to make her extra zazzy if she has to go tinky. She's still fussing around a bit with the box, but she's been using it much better. She's like heavy breathing under there. Girl, what is going on with you? You got a really good smell or something? Hi. Okay. I don't know. Poke. I did nothing. Phoebe. Is this your resting spot for the night? You're just gonna set it under there like a weirdo. I'm gonna go give Marbles her meds. Goofy. Yeah, suddenly camera shy. Instead of under mommy's skirt, she's under the chair skirt. I don't even know if that's what it's called, but close enough. You're so weird. A strange little lady you are. He's like, what? What do you mean I'm under here? What does that even mean? Alright, let's go get Barb's her meds then. You're silly. I think I want to snuggle with PB tonight. Marbs gets extra fussy in the afternoon, so we've been snuggling afternoon yesterday and today. I laid with the boys last night, so they should be able to forgive me tonight if I'm in with Peebers. Yeah, I don't think it's a technical term, but it makes sense to call it a skirt, I feel like. Hey, sweet lady. She's being such a creeper in bed. So you can spot the marbles as she ascends upon us. Meow. Hello, Mama Bear. Hello, Mama Bear. You get your med skis. A little chill pill. It's a chill pill for my darling. Oh, you're gonna get up and eat? Okay. Hungry lady. Do you want more thirsties? There you go. It's probably good that you have something to like soak it up in your tummy anyway. I prefer that most of the zoo eat before taking the meds. No, it's better for us. It has something to absorb into. I would think the same for them. You let me know when you're ready, darling. You're a tired girl tonight. PB made me eepy. She looked so comfy and cozy. Hi, Mama. Alright, ready? You gotta be able to turn around because you don't have much scruff. You're a chonky lady. There we go. Ready? From this side. Then we don't get the side that's owie. You in. You gotta open up, you little T-Rex. Marbs is really good about taking meds, with the exception of you have food on your lip. She just doesn't want to open her mouth for it. Like, once you get her mouth open, you're all good. But she, like, clamps her teeth down. But then she's perfect for the rest of it. It's just hard to pry open the jaws of life. Silly lady. I'm gonna give you some schnuzzlings. Give you some schnuzzlings. There's tiny PB and you're big PB. Part alligator, kind of. I do feel like I'm trying to separate a jaw similarly. Not that I've ever tried to open an alligator's mouth. That's a bit out of my pay grade, but it's close. Hi, baby girl. You're such a sweet love. You have an eye booger. Let me pick it. It's my eye booger. Thank you. Marbles gets personally offended when you steal her eye boogers. She's like, how dare you do this to me? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, my sweet mamas. Oh, excuse me. You sweet mama lady. Sweet mama lady. Sweet Marveland. Oh, oh, oh. She's such a lover girl. Hold on, lady. Let's capture you in your full glory. Careful rubbing your face on that side. She loves cheek rubs, and we're trying to be super mindful of that. No free butts. No free butts. No free butts allowed. You got a foofle on your ear tugs. Ear tugs. Ear tugs. Ear tugs. Doot doot. Doot doot. Doot doot. Doot doot. Like, most of the cats like this, but she loves it. It's hilarious. That is peak marble lovin's. Ear tugs. You have such a bulldog build, Marbles. Actually, I think she probably has a touch of elbow dysplasia from being so chunky all of her life, but it's cuter if we say bulldog pose. Good girl. Sweet lady. You're a very sweet lady. You're a very talkative lady, but you're a very sweet lady. Yes. Yes. She's probably the biggest girl cat that I will ever see in my life. She's got like that voya build, but in girly form. Just got cat floof in my nose. That was silly. My nose itched and I scritched it right after petting her. Welcome, Panda. Hope you're having a good night so far. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Happy CATURDAY, babies. She's not as talkative with the big zoo. She's a little upset about being secluded to the bedroom. Marbles is really the only one that doesn't like being in quarantine. Not because she's separate from everyone else, but she doesn't like closed doors, like confined, contained spaces. So she's been very expressive of that. But unfortunately, I gotta trade just a little bit of her stress for, hi mama, being able to monitor her super closely. Like, I've been able to tell that she drinks a little bit excessively. I don't think that's too big of a deal, but these little details that matter, you just, Marbles sheds like a golden retriever, like how Goldens poof out, like with just floofles. She floofles out. My god, this looks like what are they called? Coontails from the Scene Girls. It's like the same color pattern. Aw, all the smooches for everybody. Let's start with you, Marbles. Marbles and Chong both give kisses. Marbles. Except Chong full on tries to make out with you and like starts licking your mouth while you're trying to kiss him, and it's a bit disturbing. She does like the one-on-one time, but she doesn't like that she's in the bedroom in general. But that's just a little too bad. Most cats do hate closed doors. My dad always commented that he was surprised that Voya and Gunther and I don't know if my dad ever met Zeke. I don't think my dad has met Zeke. But he was always surprised that everyone in Tank too, like, is respectful of the boundaries. Because most cats do hate closed doors. You close the bathroom door and they wait outside of it for you. Recovering from your Florida trip, Panda? Nice. Gatorade is a good choice. It's a good choice. Yeah, if Marbles had a choice, no more locked doors. But she doesn't exactly have a choice at the moment. Welcome to Matt Topher. Hope the weekend's been kind to you so far. Yeah, most times they do paw at the door furiously. Like, it's... Most cats are frustrated by closed doors. I'm just lucky that I can not throw, but for lack of better words, throw anyone in any room and they're just kind of cool with it. Except for Marbles. But only when she's alone. She doesn't like being alone. You're sweet mamas. She is enjoying the extra amount of time, though. We snuggled super close for a little lay down earlier. It was very nice. You just are drinking a lot, woman. I would imagine it's probably because it feels good, though. I think I mentioned that last night, but it probably feels good. And I have an owie tooth, like, not cold, but a little cooler than room temperature water is nice to, like, swoosh around. I think that's proof of how spoiled the zoo is. They don't think the grass is greener on the other side of the door. Aw, that's a nice way of thinking about it. They know that everything's good everywhere. We both signed contracts upon entry. They agree that they get at least 2 hots and a cot and all my love, and I agree to keep and love them forever. Hey, sweet mama. You got a beard. Her and Charlie are the only ones that get water beards, and it's so cute. Just a little douchebag droplet. Need your rubby lovey. Your rubby love. She wants cheek rubs so bad. I feel that. Just can't always do that. It can't always do that. We did the ears. You get the ear tugs like a motorcycle. Brum, 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 brum. Post-shave version of you feels called out. Oh no, no. I mean, it doesn't directly indicate or correlate to douchebaggery. It's just more often than not, the two overlap, unfortunately. It's like having resting bitch face, but not actually being a bitch. I'd like to think I'm in that camp most days. Oh, sweet lady. Sweet lady. Sweet Marvelyn. Oh, oh, oh. Well, hello. She's feeling a little drunk from her gabapentin now. She did the little leggy lurch. Hi, your butt's gonna fall off the end. You're large and in charge, lady. You're drunk. There you go. Get in your bed, Grandma. You feel called out, but understood. Aww. You're so lovey-dovey. You're so lovey-dovey. You're getting gray. Your little shoulders. I don't think I've ever really seen a cat, like, gray out in the body. In the face a little, yeah. She's getting a little bit on her shoulders. You're drunk. Where are you walking around to? More kisses. You're drunk, puppy. You're drunk, puppy. can't do cheek rubs. I'm sorry. I do this side. I do this side. There you go. You get your cozy bed, Mama? She's like, yes, but I'm not ready for bed. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Look at me. Is your pupil bigger? It is. Right. Take a picture for comparison. It is so hard to get full-on good face pictures of marbles. She does not hold still for like a split second. Mama, I gotta get your face straight on. Did that one get? Yes. Her pupil on her owie side is slightly enlarged. Or, wait, actually, let me turn this off for a second. Maybe her one eye is grabbing my ring light more than the other one is. Let me see. You gotta look up. Oh yeah, just give me the sideways face. Okay, never mind. It was, I think, the ring light. Okay, you're okay. That worried me. That would be grounds for starting to overreact for her situation. But no, it was just the ring light. Oh my goodness. There we go. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. To choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to stop by tonight. Oh, lover girl. Are you going to be relaxing now? I feel like if I had a professional camera and I shot on continuous, I could get the best pictures of marbles because she like flows into her poses. But she does, it's really hard to get her to hold still for just a second. She just doesn't. You my cute little chunky petite girl with the flat top. Boop, if I keep petting you, you'll roll backwards. There we go. Cozy. Aww. Hello, Mama Bear. Hello, Mama Bear. I know. We go see Doc on Thursday. It's just a few days away. It's just a few days away. You mommy time until then. Then when we figure out what's going on with her, we'll give Peebs a chance to have the run of the house-ish again. And see how we do with that. Alright, sweet lady. You and me, good girl? You're gonna be a good girl. The gremlin is glitching. The gremlin is glitching. Nothing. No, Mama Bear. No, Mama Bear. You're the best lady, Marmalade. You're the best little lady. Back to the command center we go. I don't think anyone would mind a break from Slavka. We all love her, but she's a bit much. Although Void has kind of tamed her a little bit. I mean, she's still obnoxious, but I don't know. She has like a
not a partner in crime, but like a professional mommy in her corner to help her cope. I don't know. She's been much more polite since having Void at her side. Thought I left the light on. I did not. CEO Gunther in the house. Chief executive occupier of chair. He's such a fancy man. We enjoy Zeke's little playground over here with the spinny toy, the tunnel. Cardboard Biddy behind. There we go. Now we're back. Gunther, the CEO. Just kidding. You're not a hoe, Gunther. You're a handsome boy. Is that charging? Yes. Warm up for a sec with some demonic adrenaline. Actually, this probably needs to be plugged in and charged now. I don't think I charged it in a couple days. Perfect. Everyone is a hoe for something. It's true. It appears the stream periodically lags until you hit refresh. Kick's been wonky tonight. It might be a kick issue. Especially if you're watching on mobile. Then it's most definitely a kick issue. It's no bueno though. I hope it stops. That would be ideal. Here, let's switch this. Warm arms, warm Serena. I've never used Brave browser. I have no idea how that would work out. It does seem like some sites are more compatible with some browsers than others, though. I run into that quite often, and it's annoying. Warm arms, cold heart, exactly. Oh, that's nifty. Still have my music playing. Does all the work for you. Through the hole. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza. Dear Liza. Pardon. Maine, it's not really that warm yet. Like the sleeved sweater. It's, I think, like for ballet dancers. It's just meant to keep your arms warm, really. It's not functional for much else, but it's kind of like a workout spandexy material. It's very comfy. But it is not very warm tonight. What is it outside right now? It's always warmer under my lizard lights. But it's chilly in the rest of the house. Like, the heat's on, but it's 46 degrees. Feels like 35. Sounds about right. Ew. It's gonna feel like 32 degrees around 6 a.m. I'm glad I will not be up at 6 a.m. It's gonna be chilly and cloudy tomorrow. I'm gonna cut the grass tomorrow. The rain that was predicted kind of fizzled out a bit, thankfully. You have like a very inconsistent spring here. I had the AC on in the car today and I have the heat on in the house. The way you throw to people, you think you're being paid by them, but you're not. Hey, you know, that's how you know it's a good product. You're willing to boast it for free, knowing you are the product. Do whatever you gotta do to be comfy. Comfy is what matters most. Life's too short to be uncomfortable for long periods of time. In the short term, it's tolerable. In the long term, we don't want that. Gas or electric mower or push mower? I found my mower on... Well, I have an electric... Or, no, let me rephrase that. I have a push mower, like gas and oil, but I'm not using it. I've been using my reel mower. I think it was Greenworks brand. Taking it old school with this baby. Oh, that one has a catch bag. Mine doesn't have a catch bag. I'm not that fancy. Or maybe it did come with a catch bag and I hung it up on the wall in the garage. That's possible. I've been using this. I get nervous using the gas mower on my own, so I've just been doing this one. It's actually not that harder to do. Like mine, the gas mower doesn't have a, what's it called, self-propel to it. So it's basically the same amount of effort. I like it. If you have a small yard, I would honestly highly recommend one of these instead of a push mower. Pushed one of those many a time. Works fine as long as the grass isn't really tall. It is good exercise. It's a full body workout. But yeah, the grass has to stay pretty short for it. And cut it down really short with the gas mower, and that was nerve-wracking. And now I'm maintaining it like every 3 days-ish. Depending on the growth for using this one. Because I don't want to use the gas mower. Welcome, No Limit One. I hope you're having a good night so far. Keeping the grass short. It's easier to clean up after the dogs when it's super short anyway. I don't care if my grass dies. I don't think my grass could die even if it tried. It's too like thick and nice and good. I have really good grass and I've never done anything to maintain my yard. I don't know why I have such good grass. Sploot. Da. Pardon. It's all the doggy fertilizer. Oh, I teleported. I didn't mean to do that. That was nerve-wracking. I'll take the gasoline. Not for my mower, just for me. Just for me. I was watching him and I lost my own balance. That was funny. Where did you just jump to? There. Or can we use this like this against the pinky? Yes! But it uses so much of the ammo for that. The pinkies remind me of the Pokemon Muck. Oh, it's not good for timing if you miss, though. JK. Oh my god. This is not how we want to be doing this. Guys. 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 Too much. I need a chainsaw something. I need ammo. running dry. Oh, fucker. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Did it get him? Oh no, he's still over there. Teleported again. That's unnerving. I'm glad the yellow ground doesn't hurt me. It would be not fun. Not good for business. That's right, you better run away from me. There's a power up there. Spook. Just where the power up resides. I'm not ready for that. I thought I needed that ammo. Perhaps not. Where's whatever we need the power up for? I'm scared. Okay, no up for you, Serena. Something just spawned. Swim away! Swim away! Work smarter, not harder. Alright, where's our boy? More of anyone, where? Where did I just go? Aw, power up over. No more power up for you. You can't jump up there. There's another! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! Oh, he got acided. That was helpful. I'm not sure if that was worth it for that. Doesn't seem to be the most effective against him. Is there another one aside from me? Well, you're right there. That's fun. No, Satan! No! No! It's not good times. Not good times. Let's do that. He's not gonna last for what I want him to. Just teleport? Oh no, he died. Who are you? Rocket Man? Did we survive? We survived! We survived! Surprise teleport is a signature Serena move. I don't use them purposefully. You are correct. I do not use them purposefully. They just are. Their room's a requirement. They're there for when I need them. I just don't know that I need them. Still can't scoop. Where are we going now? General, that way direction. So how do we get up to that way? The doors. Through the doors. Why, thank you. I remembered I had it at the last panicking second. There's too much stuff that scares me. Okay. Now we've laid the Wraith's souls to rest. And then I think the next one is find the exit portal. It's my little Sailor Moon saber. Exit portal. Where might she be? In the general direction of that away. Were those lit up before? I don't think so. Oh, good save, Doom Guy. Good catch. It's my friends of the past. Doom Slayers of the past. I feel like that would have been cool to see in Eternal as kind of a setup. Haha, fuck. As kind of a setup for Dark Ages. Because that's more like medievally themed. Doom Guy's entourage, yes.
They promised me so much.
I think they inspired her from the Spider Lady boss in 3. They have the same face. Wonder if she's gonna turn into a similar creature. It feels very Silent Hilly in here. Do you guys feel that vibe? They are gonna turn her into a spider lady! Wait, this is who she reminds me of. I think they kind of inspired her from, hopefully someone else thinks like me in the world. The vagary. The vagari. Her. Very similar face in general, but also like the arachnid build, the crab build. Very similar. Blood lakes have that effect. Not just like the environment, but the animation to the environment. Kind of did like a world shaking kind of move. Well, let's do our best. Oh, she jumps and dodges and shoots. I'm not moving, which is probably not smart. But I'm curious what she does. What doth she do? That. Oh god. They go in different directions. She's very good at dodging me. We don't have many choices anymore. What does that mean? I think that she's exploding things on the ground. Because my health deteriorated. Oh, she's throwing mines out. That's what that means. Oh yeah, BFG. Oh yeah. We have that. How much of that do we have? An amount. So with super shotgun is like our only option now. We're maintaining health. I mean, that's like the most important part. Shit. Oh, that's what those are for. Now I understand. Is the ground still lava? No. I need more ammo. I'm going to run out of ammunition at some point. Doop, doop, doop. Doop. Jump up on the thing, you silly goober. Oh, that one had spikes. Oh, I'm still alive. I thought I died. Oops. She swipes. She hits. Shit. She moves way faster than I do. Is she gonna sit on me? Oh, 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 oh. I thought she was gonna sit on me. Aww. That was decent though. Taking bets at how many phases this one has. She seems like a hell of an endurance run. I'm guessing just the one. It would be kind of repetitive too, considering from like the game creator's perspective to have 3 double phase bosses in a row. The first one makes sense because it's the cyber demon and he's canon to 3. So like, yay, exciting. You get to see him now 3 times in your life, in Doom 3 and twice there. The second one, it kind of makes sense just in terms of difficulty, even though he and they were a little easier. I think she'll only have 1 phase. That's my guess so far. I could be wrong though. She is a tough one. She was a tough one in 3 too. Or 3 as well. Oh, I had more BFG. We probably could have done good things with that. You gotta stop forgetting about the BFG. Dupe. Lasers. Blorp. That should be a very direct shot. Is that on purpose? She said backbend, gymnastics. Oh shit. Stop walking into the lasers. That does good for her. She is upside down. Whoa, girl. Shit. Possibly worth it. More BFG. Oh, I can't just run away from those. Thought maybe. You never know. Oh, thank goodness. What are you about to do, though? Oh, shoot. Okay, so some of them will have spikes at some point, Serena. Keep that in mind. That's fun. You're a little too close. That should stop her with her zappies. Yes. She scares me. Like, she's genuinely creepy. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Zoot alors. Out of ammo. Dang it. God dang it, Bobby. Possibly worth the loss of health. Too close. Too close. Too close. Oh my god. No. Yeah. She like takes a little rest there and it's uncomfortable. Shit. Shit. No. Chain gun, motherfucker. Audio and game just cut out. I don't know why or what's happening. That's happened in Doom before. It happened in Doom 3, and I think maybe in Eternal a couple of times. Too much in the depths of hell to try to fix at the moment. Apologies. Not sure why happening. It's the cinematic silence. That's what it is. Oh, fuck. Okay, why did you just lose audio? That's a PlayStation issue, not an OBS issue. Yeah, because it's blurping. It's a PlayStation or a capture card issue. I'm gonna have to restart the whole thing, and if I restart the PlayStation, then I have to restart OBS. Been purposefully avoiding the classic 3-phase boss fights this game. As long as there's only 2 and not 3, I can tolerate it. She doesn't seem to take any damage if you're shooting at her legs. Well, that's on my lack of aim control. Midnight Dynamite, I have concerns. Maybe we can chainsaw the pillars for ammo. It's possible. We'll try one more silent run. And then we'll chill for a little bit. I don't like not having game audio. Well, maybe it'll be back now. It just blooped up a little bit. It's irritating. Oh no, we do have audio back. Okay. Thank you, universe. Oh, too close, too close, too close. I'm not gonna dodge though, so I should probably try jumping up on the pillars when she sploots that out. Or do that. That was helpful too. She's just shooting at us out her butt. That's unfortunate. Oh god, stay away from those. Okay, the BFG is not in your weapon wheel. It's triangle. It's triangle, Serena. Get her in the stun. still got borked by one. Alright, let's see. Nope, but now I have no fuel. Maybe it just depends on the one that you bump. Enough with the landmines, lady. Nope. It's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Oh god, I got borked by both. Now we have them fuckers again. Fucking spikes! That's terrible. Oh, here she comes. Oh, it still stays zappy even after. It's not cool. Go for direct, not targeted hits for a second. Oh god, get up. Get up. Up. Uppy. All we have to do is survive. She got some angry little peeps. Shakies, get up! Get up! Up, up, up! Or not. Spikes. Spikes are bad. Oh. All I had to do was stop shooting and jump. All I had to do was stop shooting and jump. At some point in the phases of getting her, or whatever kind of direct shot, I'm not sure which, she drops health and ammo, which is nice. She comes dropping blue goo on the street, singing, "Bye, bye, Serena TV. You are going to get your head blown off. Hee 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 hee." I don't know if that's the song you were referencing, but that's the song my brain came up with for it. Seen health come from her and some of the pillars. Not sure why some of the pillars and not the others. That's not fair. Apparently not all pillars are created equal. Oh yeah, I think I am just getting like lasered and incinerated. I don't think my head's falling off anymore. I haven't really paid attention in death yet. We're starting off way too close together here, lady. Just back that ass up. Really look good, won't you back that ass up? When we stun her, she drops health at least. I just picked up the what was over here or not. Yes. Must save the stunning moments for when I really need them. Sheesh. This bitch is wild. Oh, fuck. She pinched me with her little crabby claws. Oh, God damn it. Why am I letting her get so close? I don't know if I just really like using this gun on her, or if it's just especially satisfying. I think both. Too close. Insufficient jump ratio. Bouncy! Fuck. Fuck. All because you want the stupid cell. Swim away! Swim away! No! Okay, stop. Just direct hits. That was unlucky and lucky. You got more ammo. It should destabilize all of that. And then she's stunned and stunning. To go all the way out? Oh yeah. I thought maybe I could ride it out on the outskirts, but no. No way in hell. I think we're still in hell. Don't get stuck where you are. Does a decent amount of damage while she's stunned. Oh, I can't move once I'm targeting that? I didn't realize that. I thought I was just missing my jumps. Dude. That does like no damage. Very, very little damage. Out of ammo. No! I got nothing. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Hope the weekend's been kind to you so far. Saving the BFG for strategic moments. Who is this new streamer, and what has she done with Serena? Well, it seems to stop her in her tracks with the throwing out the electrics. Seems to, anyway. It doesn't last as long. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. 'Tis a choose your own adventure. 'Tis whatever you want it to be, baby. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here tonight. Impromptu torture night. She swiped. She swoopy swiped. Doop. Ba-doop. Skadoop. Am I supposed to duck under the tall one or like double jump? Or extra tall? I don't know. He does not like that one. I appreciate that. Too close. Too close. Oh, mine's. Mine. 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 Just a little bifka as a treat. Swim away! Swim away! She moves very fast on those big long legs. She be going places. Oh, Snapple. Okay. Well. Oh, shit. Don't want to, but we're going to. Oh, fucking timer on that. We've got 2 more BFG cells. Yes. Some shmemo. Oh. Nope. Oh, I thought it died. It did not die. Appreciate that the pillars block her rockets for the most part. Rocket blocker! I'm gonna get slapped. Will that do shit? I don't know. Jump, jump, you silly goober. Low health. It's not ideal. See, it stops it. I say as if I am all-knowing. Greatest gamer there ever was. No more VFG. Now you must find a pillar. Hee hee. I think I gave her a nut shot and she don't even have nuts. Yay. You got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, they use the same ammo? Mother. No way we're gonna get her with the shotty. Something needs to give me ammo. I need it now. Right meow. Oh. It's not timed deeply enough. Fuck! 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 I thought the pillar was gonna turn into spikes. I did that to myself. I need to allocate weapons more efficiently and use the BFG at some point later on. Like, I need to save it for when she's a zappy lady. It was so close. It's good progress. I like the theories I have so far with this, as they don't pan out. Too close. Too close, lady. Or perhaps I need to stop just taking it with the lasers. Because that's been my theory so far, and it's not really panning out well. It's not the most damaging, but maybe long term it's not the best choice. It gives me a moment to, like, camp on her, though, which is helpful. Swoopy swoops. Lots of mines. Lots of mines. Too many mines. Too many mines. Focus is very focused right now. And in this moment, the focus was upon us. Does the BFG regenerate any of my ammo? No. No, why would it? Of course not. That's just for sillies. She say smack smack. Stop blooping out all those. Oh my goodness. It's not necessary. They're all going to blow up around me. Use the BFG once. I can scoop this up, I think. Oh, and you scoop up the BFG cell, you get... Shit! Your ammo reloaded. So that's nice. Just keep her constantly in a state of destabilized. Maybe. If that's any kind of valid theory. Just ran right into the rockets. I'm dead. Kind of mostly. Panic shoot! That's why we have no ammo. Oh, oh, she got long legs. Them long legs. Don't hit me before I zero in, mother. Okay, I'm stuck somewhere. About to do what I think you're gonna do. Out of ammo. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Clam it! Schlam it! Crikey! Lady! At this point, just stay close to the pillars. Just stay close to them. Going to be destroyed at some point or another, but just stay close to them. The adrenaline is too much adrenalining. That one's out of ammo! Little baby bit of plasma rifle. For the funsies. No! No, up. They just want this to be a shotgun round, I swear to God. I don't know how that kind of worked, but it kind of did. Pillar! Pillar! Please. Please, universe. Nope. Do not get ammo from that. Am I just gonna run out of ammo completely? Do I have any grenades? How do I get more ammo? A pistol round? This is not Counter-Strike, bitch! Oh. So close. I'm doing something wrong with ammo. I don't know what. But something. Something. Maybe try to level up your supply lines. I might have something that I can mod. In terms of leveling up my supply lines, I have to interact with something in the environment to do that. Like it brings me up to a toggle. Immune to explosive barrel damage. Rapid. Oh, we don't have 4. Damn it. Improve the effectiveness of power-ups. There's no exploding barrels. Do that. Nope. That's all locked. That's locked. Yes, move at full speed when locked. No. any of that will be any of the better. No smack, smack, tack, tack. Also, attempt to dodge the lasers at some point, maybe. I think we're reaching tired girl hours. This is not a promising run. Oh, I thought my health was way lower than it was. Okay, what can we play with now? Whoa, 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 baby! Oh, I thought I could fire it as like a full beam. Kind of like the other one better though. She's too good at dodging that one. Come on, lady. They're all gonna blow up around me. I just sat there. What mods for the chain gun? The chain gun is so nice. It's so nice. Oh my god. I got slapped to death. I think my head's still attached because I'm looking around. It looks like my arms fall off when I die this time. With this lady, this gal. Oh, I gotta pee. It'll give me an X before loading in fully, I think. Otherwise, I'll just secretly die. Secret death. Nighttime. Hello, baby peeps. Right, this is the round we get him, right? Or her. No, technically I said im, not him. Get him. Like EM. Not I am, I guess. I think it's maybe better to outrun those than dodge them. Not that way though, that runs right into them. At least outrun them from a different direction. Too close, too close, too close. Hit by everything. Oh, is that my shotgun doing that now? Oh, that's nice. Okay, maybe we needed that for the end. Don't step on me. Don't step on me. What am I stuck on? It was not ideal. She's like protecting her face. Can I do that? Yes, there's landmines, but this is too good of a moment. Okay, and she's broaching. Not ideal. But was cool. No, no. What? Weapons? L2! 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 Bitch! L2! My L2 did not work! Probably letting yourself get sprayed is not the best choice. There'd be landmines. Landmines and legs. Oh god. Oh god. Jump and run. I need a quick break. Okay, why is my L2 not working? My controller cannot break right now. A bitch is broke. Fuck! So close. Oh, spikies. Much spikies. Very spikies. We're out of that. We're back to this. I think we've only used the BFG once so far. I think. Oh, she's smart. She went where I went. It's not my greatest hour. One more buffka after this. One more. Just stand there and take it. Shotgun things. At some point there will be spikes. Not do this as a pistol round. Don't make me do this as a pistol round. Do not. Please. Please. Do I have grenades? Have grenades. Grenades have grenaded. This is not going to do anything. Oh, thank God. She won't hit me. The hell was that? Whatever it was, it hurt. Maybe stop getting hit by that. Come on. Come on. It's you versus me, lady. Is she done? The health bar is empty. Oh. We did it. We needed weapon mods for it. I'm glad I looked at that. That was a good suggestion, the Radtober. We did it. We got her. And now, as per usual, I must take a moment to stop shaking. The adrenaline rush is real. Adrenaline rush is very, very real. Phase 2. No. Who's next? Fuck no. Ah, I was right. There is only one of her.
You stopped the invasion and closed the portal.
Oh my God, we did it.
But it's come at a price.
Oh.
Vega, this entire operation. You see, I've watched.
All magic comes with a price, dearie.
Understand your motivation.
No, fuck a phase 2.
You think the
I
only
would
ways to
quit.
kill them all, leave nothing behind.
I was gonna say go to bed, but I'm gonna go to bed soon anyway.
Can't just shut it all down without arguing.
Encore! Fuck no!
I don't expect you to agree,
Absolutely not.
but with this,
My Sailor Moon saber!
you our work.
Give it back!
I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice.
I can't figure him out. Is he like neutral? Like he's not good, but he's not evil, but like he's not evil enough to be evil, but he's not good enough to be good? Oh. No, there is a phase 2. Oh, do we fight him now or later? I think we fight him later. How do I kill a robot? Tether activation. Is that now? Did we finish? Is that the end of the game? That's not the end of the game. He does kind of seem like a dick for a robot. It's like the robot in, what was his name? In, Hitchhiker's Guide. That's not the end. It is. I will say I loved this game, but that's a very like abrupt, weird ending. I guess it kind of like does go full circle. Like we did have to get Olivia. That was the main thing of the point of everything. But that's an abrupt ending. She didn't seem like a final boss. It feels like kind of a cheap ending. I'm a little disappointed. But for how much we put into Eternal, and we didn't even get halfway through Eternal, I guess I'll take it as this is like a mini game between 3 and Eternal. That's what we're going to refer to it as from now on. I mean, it still took a decent amount of time to get through, but I don't feel like this took me as long as most Dooms do and should. He wasn't a dick, he was depressed. But he had that Daria tone. I like how they brought back the cryo tanks. Those were in 3. They had everyone stored in them. That's cool. They put a lot of effort into the credits. Like, that's very visually appealing how they put all this together. I've never seen video game credits this, like, in depth, in detail. It doesn't feel like it should have been the end, though. That's so weird. I don't know, there should have been just a little bit more of something. Like, one more tiny arena, something to collect. And then meet up with dude with the sword. That's a little heartbreaking. I wasn't expecting that to be the end. Yeah, most times it is the opening credits that are like detailed. Like they look kind of like a trailer. I like how they did this. It feels like I'm looking at a Sin City movie, kind of. Similar cinematic aspects. It's cool. I wasn't expecting movie time. I was expecting more game. It does look like we beat the game. I was surprised. I still am surprised. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's arguable, even though I'm not a good gamer, that I'm a better gamer than I used to be. But 3 took me so long. Not even just to master, but like to get through. I haven't mastered it. This I certainly didn't master, but it didn't feel like that long of playthrough. Oh, maybe they just launched it as like to see if the franchise is still alive post 3. Put some good graphics and some good fights into it, and then it did well, so Eternal came about. I wonder if that's like a common feeling between others. Never saw the newer Sin City. I like both the Sin Cities very much. I've only seen both of them like a couple of times here and there, but I do enjoy them. Actually, an abrupt ending is a good way to put it. Wonder if others felt the same. That's what you get for not playing in the correct order. Maybe that's part of my issue with it too. Is we bopped into Eternal and then bopped into this. So Eternal set up my expectations differently. Why is it so bad? That's pretty much how I feel about it, like to a T. The gameplay is amazing, the story is amazing. Overall, I'd give the game a 9 out of 10, but it's not a 10 because the ending is lackluster. I didn't even think about that. We get hints about the demonic voice during the whole game. We don't even get to see who that is. Do we see who that is in Eternal? Very stylized. I love, what's her name? I would agree with that. I think Ava? Eva. She's so pretty. She's in Penny Dreadfuls too. She's not in much, and I feel like her features are just so classic Hollywood. She should be in a lot more. She's so pretty. I don't feel like what I remember is that Eternal really has a story at all, except here you are at point A, and now get to point B. Oh, that's cool. A random fucking spider and boom, I beat literal hell. Like, what? Yes. My personal point is the fact I had this theory through the entire game that putting the Praetor tokens in the armor would make Samuel Hayden able to control the Slayer. That would have been neat. A random fucking spider. Do not disrespect the spider minders. Spider mastermind! I can read in my head, just not out loud. Stories never mattered in Doom, it's just so people can write essays and wikis about lore. No, the story does matter. Imagine playing Doom for the story. Well, a bitch! This bitch does. I love the storyline of 3. Oh god, we have a defender over here. I don't even have this up on screen. I thought I did. I'm tired. It was not a random fucking spider. That was Olivia Pierce, the main antagonist you were chasing the entire time. Transformed into a new spider mastermind demon, which in turn is a nod to the OG Doom 1 game that ended in such a fight. I don't remember that, but I was a child. The spider mastermind itself is vaguely foreshadowed in the codexes. I didn't look at them. The demonic voice of the game is more or less explained in the codexes as well. I didn't look at them. And for clarity, you did not beat literal hell. You only stopped the current hell invasion, which was the main goal, and is kind of the goal of each game until the Ancient Gods. Not sure why you thought about the tokens. It's clearly a simple upgrade mechanic. Would play a plot role. I disagree that the build-up fell flat, but there's also a distinction between OG Doom players and new players entering in 2016. We got an elitist over here. There's definitely a much bigger nostalgia and reference factor going into 2016 Eternal that would be missed without having played the originals first and having been part of or aware of the community for years. An issue common when fans become the makers of a franchise. That said, it is a cliff-ending hanger story. They wanted to set up Doom Eternal with it, but from my understanding, they then cut the originally planned beginning of Doom Eternal, which leads to the game starting with some missing story between the two. Someone had time on that day 2 years ago. Someone had time and feelings. I love Reddit. The plural of codex is codices. Is it really? Their entire argument is null and void now. They don't know the codices. They don't know the code of the codices. I smell bullshit from this take. You didn't miss anything. It was a butt-ass ending. So there's 2 kinds of people in the world. You keep it simple, or you go insane. This is like a manic episode over Doom. This is a normal response. Index is indices. I didn't know that either. Codices. Indices. I mean, at least I'm not the only one. I don't know. That was like blue balls. I was not expecting that to just stop. Is that what that feels like? Like, just like, why did it stop? How did it stop? What made this stop? Was fairly generic. Alright, let's reaction. Doom fanfiction. Years ago, you probably sent articles to Hustler. Pretty much. Yeah. Didn't know Hustler had a Doom section. I feel like I missed out. Me too, man. I have a couple of Hustlers. I've never opened them because they're special, but never even would have thought to look. Excuse me. What? I stopped the credits. I guess that was after it. It had a Marvel moment. One of the demons is playing with them. That's cute. Here, let me fix this. Read Hustler for the articles after all. Are the articles that good? Like, actually? Imagine it's just like a men's Cosmopolitan. The Hustlers and Penthouses that I have are just all models that I've known. And it's like, oh, it's exciting to have your work. Support the girlies. Jack's Septic Eye. Why does that sound familiar? Markiplier. Are those famous streamers? There's no one being upset about it on here? They did the whole game in less than 5 hours. How long did it take us? It shows on this, doesn't it? That? No. That's actually amazing though. It's only 14% complete even though we went through like the whole storyline. What's this? Oh, Eternal spoiler, I guess.
My God, Dr. Hayden is convinced come here for this event.
Instead of trips to their uncle's farm and meeting the neighbor's farmer's daughter, it was a meeting in disguise spider in space. Imagine the same jazzy music though. Oh god. Alright, next time we play through, we gotta put some jazzy music on for her. Oh, we do get our Sailor Moon saber back at some point. In Eternal. Oh god, that means we have to play Eternal now. Not like now, but
Can I
next.
just say that it is an honor for me.
We don't have to, but
Meet you.
it's probably best to because the controls are fresh in my mind and they probably don't change much between the two.
Attention. Emergency protocols have been activated.
He's so tall now.
Please exit the facility now.
Gunther's been in the executive chair like all night. He's so cute.
We don't know how to access his main cortex. It's all alien. We couldn't figure it out. We have to prepare for his...
I'm cold now from cooling down from the adrenaline rush of the annihilation.
Warning.
You know, I remember using the sword in Eternal. It was pretty strong. I don't remember that at all. I disassociated so much of Eternal because it was so difficult. There are very few moments that I actually remember. Like, specifically from the game. I disassociated it so much just trying to survive. 78 is like perfect Serena weather. The 80s would be better. But 78 is tolerable. No, it sucks. I'm trying to fight the hubbubs.
Oh my god.
Chilly. Then feed the zoo and crawl into my sweat soon. Do not question the Doomslayer. Oh, excuse me. can be wherever I want to be. Do what I want. Do what I want.
I'm serious, that guy doesn't scare me. I'd like to see him try.
So much armor. So when his armor is less full, is he like skinny mini?
Contains the energy source of the BFG 10,000. I'm lowering it for you now.
Oh, I didn't mean to give us a BFG spoiler. I was just excited about the human and Doom guy interaction. Sheesh. Well, whenever we get there, that's gonna hurt my head. Holy, that's a big fucking gun. That's nice.
Mars surface targeted. Safety mode.
Would you like me to disable the safety protocols?
Ooh. Did I already do this? Oh wait, that's when we shot. I don't know if that's the moon or a planet. I do vaguely remember that now.
We should move ahead.
That's okay, we'll do it again. I don't remember anything that I'm doing when I'm focused on survival. When we walk back into Eternal, I want to start again from the beginning, even though fuck all of the puzzles and jumping and hoops. All of the hoops to jump through, literally. But it won't make sense to me to start over from the end. Played pretty much all of Eternal. How far in was the Con Maker? I think she was in... Oh, I don't know. I think that was it. She's in Urdok. Oh, we were pretty close to the end. Maybe it would be worth giving it a couple of runs to where she is. I didn't realize we got that far. That was a long-winded run, though. When did we last play? It's been so long, it's not even out here anymore. Let's say when I last opened it. Too far in the alphabet. Eternal. Oh, it's offloaded right now. The last time we got a trophy on it was 9/6/25. Oh, I thought for a second that was the day the babies were born, but they were born... Was that the day the babies were born? September is the 9th month. If someone knows more than I, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the last day we played was when Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy were born. Like, they would have been born, Stripes would have come out and gotten stuck about 3 hours after this. I was so fucking stuck on her. I was so stuck on her, I went back and played the previous game to get a practice run for the next game. That was literally the whole point of playing Doom 4. That's when the babies were born. Right? September 6th. Oh. I may have lost one battle over here, but we won another one at home. We may have played a little bit after, but that's the last time I got a trophy. You told us one day that they were expected soon, and then boom, there they were. Yeah. It was 9/6, because they were born on a CATURDAY. And looking back in the calendar, they were born in September for sure. I'm pretty sure it was the 6th. But looking back at September, the 6th was a Saturday. They were born on a CATURDAY. So they're... How old now? How many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. They're 38 weeks old, I think. The babies. Oh my god, that's like so not that long ago, yet such a long time ago. That's crazy. Did good for us tonight, PlayStation. Good efforts. Proud of you. Thank you for your service. Club Cult salutes your service. It's definitely here and there born. You feel like you're so new here. You've been here since time immortal. You never know. It's always possible. Maybe we met in another life. Last time we got a trophy was the day the babies were born. Aww. That was like the best time, but the worst time, because I was so tired, and then Stripes got stuck. But it was okay. We almost had to go back to the hospital, because Nibbler took so long to come out. Stripes was born about... Shoot, I think... Somewhere between... No. She was born about 3:30 a.m. She got stuck. We went to emergency. We got back home. We were home for about an hour. And then Daisy was born at about 7:30. And then Nibbler didn't come out until around 11 in the afternoon. I think around 11:20. And around 10:30, I had called emergency again and asked, like, there's supposed to be one more kitten coming out. She birthed when I was there, and... at 7:30 a.m. and nothing's come out since. But she was still in active labor. You could see her having contractions, which Void didn't make a sound through labor, which was amazing. She's starting to trill, but she really doesn't meow, which feral cats don't meow, but she's not feral, so it's kind of confusing. But she was such a trooper through labor. You could like just see like her sides rippling like an ocean. I felt so bad. It makes me never want to experience childbirth because that looked so unnatural and uncomfortable. I felt so bad. But she was a trooper through it. But Nibbler didn't come out until around 11:30 in the afternoon. So at the point where I think they had told me around 10:30, like if she's not still born, or the baby still isn't born because we didn't know she's at that point, a couple hours after then we would have to come back in. Because then it would mark about 12 hours since she started labor. But then Nibbler made her way out. That was so magical. Like, no cat should be having babies, but if anyone ever gets the chance to foster a litter, please do. It was a magical experience. A poopy, messy, stressful, tedious experience, but one of the greatest joys of my life. I very firmly believe in spay abort, but I'm grateful for having the opportunity to learn how to raise kittens and know what the best practices are for raising them. Like, they're not little science experiments, but they kind of were for me. They were a learning experience. They were cool. Our other story in our other life is for another time, because my brain cells are gone for the night. Be nice if you got trophies and achievements to keep track of real life events. I mean, you do when you're a kid, and they make apps for that when you're an adult, but you know, I wouldn't mind something popping up in the corner of my life when I do extra good at something during in the day and just say, like, you know, trophy earned, good job, Serena. I feel like that would give me a lot more morale to keep going. Save you the effort of writing stuff down. That's certainly true. How's Princess Daisy? She still got dad TV wrapped around her paw? I would assume so. I haven't seen her since I last posted pictures in Discord. My dad won't talk to me right now. So I have no Daisy access until my dad talks to me again. He doesn't talk to me when I owe him money. He doesn't like when people owe him money. So he won't talk to me until he's fully paid back for everything with voya. Surprise bills are kind of like pop-up trophies. Maybe for you. It's not a trophy on my porch. It's a pile of dog crap. Those surprise bills. Bing! Woke up on time for work for a change. Achievement unlocked. Oh, that would probably piss me off, though. I don't like hearing things too close to my wake-up time in the morning. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. It's not my favorite thing. As much as I love coffee, even the coffee maker going off when it's done, the beep 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 is like, shut the fuck up. Like, thank you for sustenance, but shut up. It's too much. Can't listen to all of that. Just can't do it. I would assume Daisy is doing good. I think despite it all, if something serious did pop up, my dad would call me if there was something going on with her. Only thing you want to hear in the morning is your cat screaming because she demands early feedings. Oh, you're a better man than I. Midnight Dynamite. Marbles started going at it this morning, mowing up a storm. When I was first waking up, and I was just like, oh my god, please. Please be quiet. 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 I can't handle all this. It's too much mental stimulation. You used to have your coffee maker programmed, and just the smell of coffee would wake you up. Oh, I'm envious of that. I did try that at one point where I had my coffee maker in my bedroom, and I really thought like the beep beep and the aroma would assist my alarm clock into waking me up. And it did not work. I'm glad that worked for you, though. It's a good idea. I feel like for most people that would work. Float to the kitchen like a cartoon out of bed. Kind of, yeah. I don't know. I don't remember my mornings. I'm not awake for it. I'm in a stumbly haze until at least like 30 to 45 minutes after I wake up. I'm approximately aware and prepared for the world by about like an hour and a half after. I'm not a wake-up person. I'm just not. I'm meant to either sleep forever or stay awake forever. I'm not a go-to-sleep and wake-up person. It does not make for the best version of me. I'm not a good person when I wake up in the morning. Ask for mercy, but she'll hear none of it. Yep. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Very, very much so. I still can't believe we beat the boss. I still can't believe the game ended. I'm a bit boggled. I'll have to tell Gigi about it when I settle in with her. Her new thing right now is she likes to sit behind where I'm sitting. In like the litter box, not in the litter box, but at the litter box portion of her little setup. And she just stares at me at night. Just stares. But she's been greeting me out of her carrier lately, which I'm super, super proud of. I think at the point where I think she's going to hit me at least for a couple of years, and she probably will be a no-touchy kitty for a couple of years. But at the point where she comes out to greet me, but then moves into her own space versus holding her ground, I think at that point we'll be done with the tent and able to just do the whole bathroom setup. I think that will be good. Because last night she was out, but she was guarded. She was on top of her carrier, and she was in a perfect position to beat the shit out of me if I went in to put snacks for her. So we had to wait it out for a minute with some slow blinks, and then I was able to give her excuse me. Was able to give her a little treat ski. But after treat time, she just sits in the back part of everything and stares at me. She's observing me. She's curious about me. Which is good. That's what we want. Like I said, I don't think she'll be a touchy lady for a hot minute, but we're making really good progress. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Like, it's, what, 2 months post-February? Mostly-ish, if it was still April. It's barely May. It doesn't count yet. And really, in February, I thought she was going to be extremely feral forever, and we would make no more progress. And we've made amazing progress over the last couple of months. I'm so proud of her. She's going to be a real kitty soon. We're going to have a fun game once she's a free lady in the house. Like, eventually down the line. Of either seeing her or Void. She has kind of, like, grumpier face than Void. She kind of, like, looks like this. Whereas Void is like, hello, wide eyes. But without looking too closely, I might mistake one for the other and either get a swipe or a boop. I don't know which. But I'm very proud of my girl. She's doing amazing. I'll have to tell her about our victories tonight. See, Mommy fights bosses. Mommy will protect you from anything. You are safe. I keep telling her she's a sweet lady and she just... Sometimes she doesn't even hiss. She just opens her mouth at me. So she's like... And she looks really stupid and it's funny. I love it. I look forward to seeing her face tonight. I very, very much do. Alright, Club Cult. That's gonna be our stream for this evening. And I don't know if you can say evening at 2:30 in the morning, but we are. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your company. More than anything, thank you for your time. Time's very valuable. Very valuable. Whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or I don't see you again for 2 years. Our times collide is magical, beautiful, and wonderful. I'm a grateful girly. Oh, so humble. Yeah, it's a lazy hiss. It's not even like a full hiss. It's just like the intention of a hiss. She just... It's funny. I shall distribute all of the smooches to all. Thank you, thank you. Hope you get some good sleeps tonight, too. I'm crossing fingers and paws for you. I have been sleeping like shit. I really hope I do get some good sleep. I had a decent chunk of sleep when I slept on stream. I don't know why, but I always sleep better on stream than, like, IRL. But I really hope I can get some good sleep. I've not been sleeping good at all. I hate that. I can fall asleep just fine, mostly, but staying asleep is, like, impossible. Hey, thank you. A round of applause for Club Cult. I literally couldn't have done it without you, because I wouldn't have done it without you. All of the credit goes to you guys. Throw all that applause back at you. If you bubs want to keep up with me offline, hop into... Not the Discord. The Disky Boo. The Discord. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. The schedule for when I will see you bubs next. And thank you all, not only for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project, but for all of your support with everything from Mr. Voya Bean. It means the world to me, and it makes my heart warm that he was so loved. He was so very loved. I appreciate all of the ease of the burden that everyone has provided. That is... It's something that not many people get to have in life, and I am truly lucky. I am extremely grateful. Big stretch. didn't intend to go so far with that, but it felt right. Do me one favor until I see you Bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, and all the good things in the world. And also gorgeous. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspend animation, or wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your Caturday, and I shall see you for the next one. Thank you all for being your wonderful selves tonight. Make good choices. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Get some good eepies, eats, sleepies. And the next one I shall see you. Good night, Club Cults.